Good evening, councillors. I open the ordinary council meeting on the 28th of June at 7:09 p.m. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the recent passing of Margaret Vasey. She was an extraordinary community volunteer who generously gave her time to the environment and the arts. She was a volunteer oil painting teacher at the Coast Centre for Seniors for over a decade and played a key role in the many annual exhibitions and special projects of theirs. She was also a co-founder and a dedicated member of the Friends of the Malabar Headland and worked tirelessly to have the jewel in our local crown, the Malabar National Park, declared as a national park. In 2014, she was recognised as a Community Service Award recipient for her lifelong dedication to public issues, the environment and the arts, and the generosity of time which she gave as a volunteer to our community. Council extends its deepest sympathies to Margaret's family, and I would now like to extend a minute of silence in her memory. Thank you, councillors. You can now be seated. Now I'd like to read the prayer and acknowledgement. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and true welfare of the people of Randwick. Amen. I would also like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and the Gadigal people who occupy the Sydney coast as being the traditional owners of the land. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I would like to acknowledge and pay my respect to elders past, present, and to any Aboriginal people who may be in attendance this evening. Thank you, councillors. I now call for apologies and leaves of absences. Do I have any apologies or leaves of absences? No? Okay, thank you. Can I just confirm, Mr. Kelly, do I confirm Councillor Pandafini's request at this meeting or at the next one? It's at the next one, I believe. Yep. Okay, thank you. Can I have a mover? All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Can I have a mover of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 24th of May 2022? Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded Councillor Luxford. Okay. Do I have any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests? Councillor Hay.
I would like to declare a pecuniary interest in matters CP23, CP29 and CP30. These are all in a tight location near each other and they're all within a very short distance of my mother's property that she owns and is a residence, and I will not be voting in these matters.
Thank you. Are there any? Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, I've got a pecuniary interest in GM 11/22. My wife works at a law firm that specialises in Aboriginal land title. Hence, I'm not going to vote on this issue should it be challenged and we have a vote on it. Like my colleague Councillor Hay, I would also like to declare a pecuniary interest in CP23, CP29 and 30. I own a unit at 4 to 10 Darling Street, Kensington, which is within close proximity of the two properties covered in these items. Pecuniary interest, I won't be voting on them.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld. Are there any further declarations? Councillor Pandafini?
I can't remember which one it is.
Well, how about I'll go through mine and then you can have a think
It's
about it.
Danny's motion on the soccer. My daughters play soccer at that Heffron. So it's a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest.
Okay, so just for the benefit of the record, this relates to NM 50/22. And can I just confirm it is a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have three declarations. GM 9/2022, Operational Plan and Budget. Similar to the last one, non-significant non-pecuniary interest is I'm a patrolling member and occasionally competing member of the Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club. I do not hold any office, actively participate in the management, administration of the organisation, nor do I engage in any other activities to a significant extent which would be considered as giving rise to a particularly strong affiliation. I will be participating in the matter. CP 28/22, Planning Proposal, New Local Heritage Item 11A Marcel Avenue. It is a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. The owner is known to the aunt of my partner. I am unaware of the extent of the relationship except that they know of each other. However, to avoid any doubt, I will not be participating as I'm unaware of the extent of the relationship. NM 39/22, Notice of Motion from Councillor D'Souza, opposing the construction of public toilets adjacent to Malabar Ocean Pool. A non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. A personal friend of mine works for the architect that designed the proposed amenities. To avoid any doubt, I will not be participating in the matter. Are there any further declarations?
I don't know what the interest is, but I am on the planning panel, so I won't be voting on the CP 23/22.
Okay, thank you. All right, there being no further declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest, we will now move to addresses of council by members of the public. Before we move to that, I would like to remind everyone that in respect of Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of Clause 520 to 523 of the Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio-visual recording of this meeting is prohibited without the express permission of Council. A person may be expelled from a meeting for using or having used an audio-video recorder without the express authority of Council. All members of the public have a maximum of 3 minutes in which to put their case forward. Presenters will be stopped when their 3 minutes is expired. Councillors may ask questions of presenters at the end of each public submission. The first section which we have a speaker for is GM 11/22, recommencement of the land negotiation program. Speaking in favour, Mr. Jason Bruff.
Thank you very much. Evening, councillors. My name is Jason Bruff. I'm the Acting Director with Crown Lands and the Aboriginal Land Strategy Directorate, and I have oversight for the land negotiation program around the state. I'm coming to you today from Dubbo, so recognising I'm a visitor on your land, I want to also acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on we're meeting today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I just want to take a couple of minutes to talk a little bit about the land negotiation program. Just to give you a little bit of background. So the land negotiation program was a Crown Lands initiative that commenced in 2016. The purpose of that program, or pilot program, was a recognition that who is the most appropriate person to be managing and owning land, recognising the interest that local government has in the management of public lands around their local government areas, but also recognising the existing interests that Aboriginal communities have through the Aboriginal Land Rights Act as well too. And so in recognition of that, they came forward with a land negotiation program that looked to pilot a program where local government and local Aboriginal land councils would come together to look to negotiate who may be the most appropriate agency to hold that land. So that pilot program kicked off in 2016. It progressed through with 4 pilot areas. It then expanded out in 2017-18. And at that point in time, Randwick City Council and La Perouse Land Council voluntarily came forward and joined that program as well too. And that program, those negotiations commenced in good faith for a period of time. And in 2019, the program was paused while an independent review was undertaken of that program by Chris Ronalds. That review was publicly released in early 2020 with 12 recommendations, 11 of which was supported by the government. One of those key recommendations was that the negotiations should recommence with a view to finalise those negotiations where there was existing agreement to a large extent. And so I've had oversight of that program since 2020 to seek to finalise these negotiations. We re-engaged with Randwick City Council and La Perouse in late 2020, continued some discussions in that space. In mid to mid-2021, there was a recognition of local government elections coming soon, and it would be appropriate to pause to allow time for the elections to occur, and the new councillors, once elected, to come together again and consider whether council's future participation should occur in this program. We've got 7 or 8 sites around the state that are participating in the land negotiation program that we're currently finalising. We recently secured agreement in Orange. It was publicly announced in late 2021. There's information on our website that's publicly available to have a look through. One of the comments or observations I would make is that you get much better outcomes when council and land councils work together. I think recognising they're both significant contributors within their local communities, and certainly think that it provides a much better outcomes. The other option, or the other point I'd make very quickly as well too, is that the negotiated outcomes are an avenue available to land councils in the state as well too. So that's something the state could choose to do, is pursue negotiated outcomes directly between the land council and the state in the event councils chose not to continue to participate. I think I might be getting close.
Thank you. I'm happy to give you a 1-minute extension.
I've probably had enough, so I suppose I'll leave it open for any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillors, do you have any questions of the Speaker? Councillor Said.
Yes.
Just a question on, so the negotiations are that whoever acquires that land
Yep.
then virtually owns it as such. Is there caveats that sort of if council acquires it, it has to stay within public, obviously can't be sold, has to
absolutely.
be a public amenity or a community amenity?
Yeah, so the land is held by council in 2 ways generally. It's classified, so land owned by council is classified either as operational land or community land. The land considered, and so when land's classified as community land, it comes with a whole range of restrictions about how that land's utilised and what type of public consultation is required, if any change is proposed for how that land is used. So the intention would be, and certainly this was the case in Orange, that the land that transfers across to Orange City Council in that case was transferring across as community land. The intent being that the way in which that land had been utilised whilst it was held by the state would continue to be utilised in exactly the same way once vested across to council. I think the recognition is that council, for all intents and purposes, undertakes all of the functions of a landowner when they're managing land as being a trust manager. This simply transfers that ownership across. So if there was an intention by a council to sell, change in some way, there's requirements under the Local Government Act that would require a level of community consultation and approval for something like that to occur.
Thank you. Are there any... Oh, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you for that. Just a very brief question. I note in the papers it says there are 192 land claims in the area, of which most are from Land Council, obviously.
Yep.
Those will be withdrawn at the conclusion
That's
of
the
this
intention as
program.
part of the process, yeah.
What about the other ones?
other-
Does anything happen to those as a result of this? The outstanding, 22.5% of claims that are not, or 12.5% claims that are not from Land Council, are they affected by this process?
I can't tell you in detail on that one. They could be, so there possibly would be a requirement for some land claims to be withdrawn through that process, but I couldn't give you a guarantee that every land claim would be withdrawn.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I'd just like to know, sorry, there's quite an echo. Down the track, if an entity such as the Land Council wished to make a claim, is there any material difference between or difficulty in making a land claim against a piece of Crown land as opposed to land that might have been transferred to ownership by council?
Yes, is the answer to that one. So the way the land claim process works is there's a set criteria upon which a land claim has to be assessed. And the first question that's asked in that assessment is the land vested in Her Majesty? Now, what that in essence means is that if title is the state of New South Wales, that is vested with Her Majesty. Once land is vested with local government, it's no longer vested with the state, so it would essentially fail on that first test. So the short answer is no, land would would no longer be claimable once it was vested with council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the Speaker? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now move to the next item, CS 31/22, Clovelly Flood Study, Floodplain Risk Management Committee. Speaking against, Ms Tina Vant.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm a little. Thank you. Okay, sure. So, good evening, councillors. I'm here today on behalf of a number of residents, not just myself. I just want to start by saying that the consultation process described in the agenda is not accurate. Letters were not received by all affected residents, so there was no opportunity to get more information. Many affected residents ended up relying on word of mouth, and they weren't afforded the opportunity of council drop-in sessions for more information specific to their property. An undertaking was made by Joe Igneri, excuse the pronunciation, to restart the exhibition process by resending the letter and further council information drop-in sessions to be organised. Submission date extended another month. This didn't happen. I have the email that was sent to me making those undertakings if the councillors want to see that. The undertaking wasn't just to extend the submission date as misrepresented in the agenda. Again, questions about transparency and honesty from our council were raised regarding all of this. Basically, residents have not been given information. Their emails have gone unanswered. When they ring and leave messages, calls are not returned. The council staff assigned as contacts were not informed staff able to assist affected residents with the information they were seeking. It was completely unfair on Paramesh to have him answering calls and only able to provide the most basic of very limited information or none at all. Going forward, affected residents insist council assign a staff member who's across the information and detail regarding the flood study. That's the very least that we are entitled to. The 546 affected residents referred to in tonight's agenda have not been notified of this meeting being held tonight, nor have all those who made submissions, which is highly concerning. Even I didn't know, and I was only one of only 3 residents Mr. Toole emailed over a week ago to inform them that he's taking over this flood study. Nothing in that email about the council meeting tonight. I've checked with over 20 affected residents this morning, all are unaware that this meeting was being held tonight. So again, affected residents relying on word of mouth for any information, not our council informing them, as you would expect is council's obligation, if not a legal duty, given it affects our properties. The supplementary agenda for tonight's meeting was put up last Friday afternoon. It wasn't there Friday morning. I've taken evidence. Not the full 7 days before a council meeting to give residents adequate notice to attend. Feedback from residents. Why was this rush to make tonight's meeting, which is the start of private school holidays for many affected residents, hardly an open and inclusive process? Regarding the flood study committee being formed, no information given as to how other members of the committee, aside from the councillors, are going to be selected. Will affected residents have the opportunity to vet any conflicts of interest the other committee members may have? Will they be given any chance to give feedback, voice concerns? How are affected residents going to be reassured by our council, which has not exhibited a good track record so far regarding openness, transparency and providing information to its affected residents?
Thank you. That's 3 minutes. I'm granting you 1 minute extension.
Okay.
Thank you.
That this flood study committee will not be populated with yes people in these other positions. With regard to the councillor positions being allocated to the 3 North Ward councillors, feedback from affected residents. Whilst being the most obvious choice, multiple efforts to contact our 3 ward councillors have been met with silence. Calls, emails not responded to. Minimal interest shown in assisting us to get any information. Councillors from other wards showed more concern and interest and assisted in getting basic information when our calls, messages and emails to our council regarding this flood study went unanswered for weeks on end. We ask that the councillor positions be open to all councillors for nomination if they would so kindly accept, so that affected residents feel they have councillors who care and are representing their best interests in this matter.
Thank you.
For these reasons, we ask that the agenda items today be voted down, given the highly inadequate lack of notification to affected residents and the extremely short time frame. That issues raised with regards to the Flood Study Committee be addressed and the matter reassigned for another council meeting, where adequate efforts are made beforehand to notify all affected residents so they have the opportunity to attend or raise their concerns.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? There being no questions, thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you. Speaking in favour, Ms. Timya Nagay, or Nagy. I apologise if I've mangled the pronunciation.
Thank you for having me. Actually, I totally agree with Tina, talked to him just previously. The only why I'm for the committee, because I'm hoping the transparency and helping the residents on behalf of other residents who actually didn't get any notification about this meeting today, get some more clarification of why we've been tagged, how the study been done, and what's the agenda with that flood study in general. I just can confirm all the things Tina highlighted, as well as the low level of community engagement. I only got one letter in the mail saying it might be affected by the flood study. I checked the flood study. It's only highlighted a couple of hotspots in Waverley Council. So as a resident, I would not think I'm being affected. I never been emailed about the property being tagged and why it's being tagged and what's the reasoning, what's the study behind it. The study itself, modern instability, contradicts itself, saying the area varies steep surface slope in excess 20% catchments, such as Clovelly and Tamarama. My property is more than 10-degree grade, typically introduce numerous stability into this model solution. So we're already questioning how they can submit that study when the study itself so unstable to conclude where we are and how the flood can affect us. The other thing is, how I read the study is actually we're talking about stormwater, the water running down on the hill. We're living on the hillside. There is no flat area on Arden Street where I live. So that's the other concern. I just don't understand the flood study itself, how it can be standing water around my property. And the main thing with the committee, I would like to know how decide who is in it, how many people represent the council, how many people represent the community, what's the power structure, what's the input. So I totally support the committee, because we're knocking on walls and don't get answers, and all this consultation, it's quite disappointing. And it's going to affect the decision of the rest of our life. Not just me, my son who might inherit this property, what and how we can live on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we now go to the next speaker, NM 39/22, notice of motion from Councillor De Souza opposing the proposed construction of public toilets. In light of the fact that I have, can I just confirm, is Mr. Glenn McGregor here? Councillor Chappell, would you be able to take the chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor.
Good evening. Firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor De Souza for presenting this notice of motion, and I'd also like to thank the many councillors who came and visited us at the pool, and the council officers as well. Most of the repair and maintenance issues raised in the petition, I think, are easily resolved and will be addressed accordingly, but the contentious issue is the amenities block, which we oppose. The people that have asked me to speak tonight are the regular pool users, the ones that are there daily, or as many times a week as they can get there. The pool is their priority in life. They're the people in the best position to understand the dynamics of the site, finger on the pulse, so to speak, and the pool does have a pulse. The general consensus is that everything runs smoothly at the pool when there's a regular rotation of the users, people staying a while, however long they want, and leaving. Okay, it's a small area, and groups spending the whole day there cause a problem. They monopolise a large portion of the area available. They erect tents, gazebos. Sometimes they stay overnight or arrive early to stake a claim on the best areas of the pool and as much of the seating as possible. They always occupy an area disproportionately large for the number of people involved. The area always includes the small shaded area, an area that's favoured by the parents with babies in prams and toddlers. We feel that the amenities block would only encourage more of these groups, and that is to the detriment of other users of the site. I've seen people come there and leave because there's no room, and it's usually when this happens. We've got Cromwell Park and the beach, have the space and facilities for large groups, picnics and parties. The pool does not need an amenities block. It's a mere 6 minutes walk to the nearest facilities down at Cromwell Park if needed. Yes, it would be more convenient if there were an amenities block there, but we've got a petition from 467 people who would forgo the convenience of this building.
Mr McGregor, I'll give you a 1 minute extension, thank you.
Okay, to keep the Malabar Ocean Pool the special site that it is. We ask the council reconsider and not proceed with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any councillors have any questions for Mr McGregor? Mr D'Souza?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr McGregor, thank you for speaking firstly. You said something really interesting. You said we're willing to forego the amenities. And that's what this is all about. Your group is acting very unselfishly on this matter because you want to maintain the pristine environment that exists. Is that true?
Yeah, well, under our proposal, more people get the use of the pool. And it's not something that we invented. The pool imposes that on you when you're there every day. I know some people will say, well, most of us are there during the week where there's not many people. But a lot of us that are there during the week, we're seniors, retirees, and the limited resource during the week is the seats, okay? Most of us like to have a seat to sit down on. And what happens, if you've been there a while, other people come and they're looking around for the seat, you say, oh, look, I'm about to go, take this spot. And that's the way it works, and it works on the small scale and it works on the big scale. And we love the place. It imposes some amazing things, does wonders for your mental health as well as your physical health.
Thank you. Councillor Burst?
Hello, Glenn. It's good to see you again, and it's good to see you with your clothes on.
Always better.
How long have you lived in the area, and what does Malabar Pool mean to you?
Well, as far as Randwick is, I was born in Randwick. I was born in Church Street at Randwick. I lived at Kensington, Maroubra, Matraville. Okay. A lot of the time, the pool wasn't there. It was closed because of the pollution. I was a surfer, and I surfed in at Malabar regardless of the pollution. I've been a regular person at the pool since 2015, and unlike a lot of the other people, I'm there virtually every day, typically over 300 days a year, depending, pre-COVID, of course. There's been a few things happen since then. I know the winter before COVID, and I'm not alone in this, I did through winter 187 days straight at that pool. I swam every day for 187 days, didn't miss out. So I do know this site, I love it dearly. What it's done for me and all these other people here, and many, many more that are not here tonight, is just really, it's just the right place. And don't get me wrong, the people that are coming there intense and that, they're lovely people, really. And the reason I know that an amenities block will encourage them is because they've said that to me. They've said, oh, this is a great place. We'd do this more if there was a toilet there. They're lovely people. They're just doing something in the wrong place. Because it's a small area. We had 8 people there, probably took over 2 tents and a gazebo, probably took over 10% of the available area. 8 people. If you let that happen, the whole site would hold, 80 people. That's what you want. You want more people through there. You want to share this facility. That's what we need.
Thank you, Glenn. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions today? Thank you, Mr McGregor.
Thank you.
I'll go get it.
NM 43, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld to investigate restricted time parking in sections of Maroubra that are in close proximity to Westfield, East Gardens and Pagewood Green. Speaking in favour, Ms Maria Poulos.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Councillor Rosenfeld's motion 4322, investigating restricted time parking in sections of Maroubra, but close to Westfield and Pagewood Green. I really thank Councillor Rosenfeld for addressing this extremely stressful situation for residents and for consulting the neighbourhood so diligently in recent weeks. My name is Maria Poulos and I am a long-term resident of Bunurong Road, and I represent a number of residents here tonight. My family have lived here on Bunurong Road for over 60 years, and many of the streets in close proximity to Westfield and Pagewood Green have been experiencing extreme parking congestion to the point where it has become simply untenable for a number of people. Many of the houses on our streets, Bunurong, Cobham, Hinkler, Kingsford Street, don't have their own driveways or any parking. And a lot of the residents are elderly or their families with young children, and we're now being forced to park many streets away from our houses. This was never the case before. The changed zoning across the street in Bayside, where the Meriton development is, the ever-expanding Meriton development is where construction is still going on there, has had a profound impact on Randwick Council. We are not just talking about short-term parking here by patrons of East Gardens. We're talking about the ever-expanding Meriton development, trucks, utilities, camper vans, and they're there on a long-term basis, sometimes like 5 weeks on end. I can give you a number of examples. I won't bore you with it, but there are just 3 examples in recent weeks. I had an industrial pickup truck parked outside my house for 5 weeks. I had a camper van there for 3 months, and we had some visitors of the Meriton Development who were basically parking there endlessly. So I was being forced to park about 7 streets away. And I know this is a public street, and the Bunurong Road is a state road that's under the control of Transport for New South Wales, but it's just not reasonable to expect residents to, to be parking many streets away. I had to wheel my elderly mother 5 streets away on a rainy night in a wheelchair because I could not get parking outside my house. Now, I've spoken to a number of the residents, and all are in furious agreement that we do need restricted time parking and a residential parking scheme. And this is the norm across council and in different council areas. I look forward to providing further feedback, and I really commend this motion. I really hope council will support this because it has caused a lot of stress to a number of people in the neighbourhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Councillor Hay.
Maria, thanks for coming tonight. There was also the change in East Gardens where they've moved from free all-day parking to time parking. Did that have a significant impact on parking in your area?
Yes, it's just gotten, sorry, there's a bit of feedback. Yeah, it's gotten worse over the years, but it did get worse after that decision, and we fought that decision, and we did manage to restrict that. But after that, we're finding that shoppers are parking outside our houses for 8 hours on end. So yeah, and we're seeing that happen a lot now. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, thank you, Ms. Poulos.
Thank you.
NM 45/22, notice of motion from Councillor Pandolfini to activate office space at the Bowen Library for arts and culture residencies. Speaking in favour, Mr. Douglas Lance Gibson. Mr. Gibson.
Hello.
There he is. Hello.
Hello, my name's Douglas Gibson. I'm an artist that lives in Randwick. I work primarily in photography. I've exhibited across Sydney, Melbourne, Paris and New York. I've lived in Randwick for the last 10 years. My wife and I bought an apartment here 4 years ago. For us, Randwick is a fantastic location to raise a family. We've got a second daughter on the way, access to the beaches, access to Centennial Park, fantastic schools. It's a fantastic suburb. Where I feel that it could do better is culturally. As an artist who also has a mortgage, I find it very hard to find affordable studio rental spaces. I often drive past. There's a couple of old convenience stores and tile stores in Randwick and Clovelly that I often see and think, with that storefront and that street access and that visibility, how much it could invigorate and activate a space by having artists in there and having artists' work be visible within the community, artists that are making work with the community. And something I'd never actually considered before was the fact that there is potentially quite a lot of unused space within the Randwick Council as public space. So the potential of having subsidised studio rental space for artists within the community will alleviate a lot of pressure having to travel externally, but also bringing art within the community. Culturally, most of my activity is focused outside of Randwick. There was a fantastic Christo Little Bay exhibition at the Maroubra Library actually a few years ago. But apart from that, most of the exhibitions and art experiences that I experience are outside of the Randwick Council. And I think by encouraging those artists that are in Randwick at the moment to participate within the community and engage with the community could only be a positive thing. I'm currently working on a piece with another 2 artists that are based in Randwick that looks at traffic patterns and music and the relationship between the two. And this is something that could be done, within Randwick and performed within Randwick at a public space if we have those opportunities.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now go to NM 46/22, Notice of Motion from Councillor Hay, Rainbow Street and Bird Avenue bicycle crossing, extending the Rainbow Street Public School Kiss and Ride westward. Speaking in favour, Mr Craig Muldoon.
Evening, everyone. My name is Craig Muldoon. I'm a resident of Randwick and president of the Rainbow Street Public School P&C Association, whom I'm speaking on behalf of tonight. You may recall, or maybe not, I was here just over 12 months ago for a similar motion raised by Councillor Veach, and we're here again 12 months later. So what's changed in that time? Quite a bit, actually. Our school has grown an additional 3 classes. We're just under 500 kids. We've got to continue to have the support unit classes looking after kids with special needs, autism, physical disability and sensory issues. And we're only one of 2 of those type of schools with those classes within the council LGA. Last time I was here, we were explaining about the issues with pedestrian safety for the kids to the school. And so we're here again. This motion's been raised because the community hasn't seen any change since that 12 months. So this is our catchment. We cover that area there. As I said, we've got just under 478. We had a rebuild back a few years ago in 2019, so our capacity is for 1,000 kids. We're not even at 50% and we're in deep trouble. So we're really asking for council to help us and expedite some solutions. If we go to the next slide, please. Yeah, cool. So that's the front of our school before school drop-off. No one's parking. And we're really looking to extend the kiss and drop so that we can have more availability of spaces during the pick-up and drop-off. If we go to the next slide, please. That's a similar view, Payne Reserve. There's no residents parking there. Next slide, please. Great, this is this morning, 8:30. Traffic is backed up all the way to the Crescent westward on Rainbow Street. And if you go to the next slide, and into the feeder street, including Bodding Street. It's ridiculous. We go to the next slide. So this is one of the reasons why someone in their wisdom approved a 1 metre wide pedestrian walkway behind our school with no verge. You want to drop a kid off there, you open your car door, you take out 2 kids. You cannot walk side by side. Kids have to cross on the road. So we want to use this, and we've been working with council and Tony around solving this. But in the meantime, we need something solved today because everyone is using Rainbow Street. If you go to the next slide. And so that's the blind corner. So we know this is not going to be resolved anytime soon at the back of the school. There's some native title claims, there's Crown land. The Stage 3 development is starting already here, so we know that's not going to be resolved today. But what we want is Rainbow Street resolved to help us. And it's not just about extra spaces, but we need those. It's about an integrated transport approach. So how do we encourage people to use the current kiss and drop spaces appropriately? How do we educate kids about safe travel to and from school?
Grant you another minute.
Thanks. How do we promote kids riding to school? And I can see other councils doing that, but we're wanting council to come halfway. So what I'd like you all to do tonight is do what you did 12 months ago and vote for this motion, but tomorrow pick up the phone and do what you can to get this solved. We've got a state election in less than 12 months. If I was you guys, and some of you are probably going to run, this is a free kick. You get this solved. This covers Coogee, Maroubra and Heffron electorates. So I know some of you guys are going to put your hand up for state election. If you get this solved for us before the next election in less than 12 months, this is a free kick. And by the way, next year is our centenary year. So you're welcome to come if you can solve it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Councillor Sid.
So just to confirm, the immediate solution is what you showed in the first slide. Is that just on Rainbow Street?
Yeah, so Rainbow, yes it is. Rainbow Street's a state road, but we've been going through council with Tony to get some solutions for the front. That's probably the easiest solution. It's a state road, residents aren't using it. I'm sure Marjorie's going to be keen to get on it. I'm sure your guys over in Maroubra and Heffron are keen to be attached to it. We're just after some additional spaces along Payne Reserve.
So
it's not being used by anyone.
So is the yellow marking where it's currently being used?
Yellow is marked, there's 6 spots.
And then down to Payne?
Down there, probably an extra 10 spots.
Just got to ask, is the principal and the teachers on board that they'll go stand
absolutely.
that far away?
So Ms Sayers and myself have been to 4 traffic committee meetings since I came and visited you lot 12 months ago.
As long as they're all on.
We're all over it. But they're just after some bit of influence from council. People don't delineate between council staff and councillors. So and people love festivals and they love events, but as soon as the kid gets hit and injured, they forget all that. And they're not going to be looking at council staff or councillors differently of who to blame. So thank you.
Councillor Hay.
Thank you for coming and speaking to. Thanks for coming and speaking to the Kiss and Ride section. If you could briefly make a comment on the bicycle crossing, do you feel there's enough visibility for the bicycle crossing?
Yeah,
you can go forward 3 slides perhaps as well.
Yeah, so, because I ran out of time, but yeah, so with the current bicycle crossing, it's not delineated in any way. And so it's behind that truck basically at the moment with that particular picture. But kids are wanting to ride to school and go through there. Just with the traffic, it's sort of like, what's the old game, Frogger, trying to get across on the bikes. So, and we have been speaking to council, we'd love some way to activate. I mean, I know Daceyville Public have a wayfinder on the footpath that they've got that says, Daceyville Public Schools, this way, it's 50 metres, look, listen, see. What a great idea. Bayside's come a long way. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand up from Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Hi, Craig. Thanks for coming to the meeting. I understand that at the recent Traffic Committee meeting, and I also confirmed this with Tony Lehman, that the Kiss and Go had been, approval had been granted from Transport for New South Wales to extend it not towards Payne Reserve to the west, but actually more up towards the crossing, the traffic lights up near the front entrance of the school. I met with the principal, Joanne Sayers, last week as well, and we had a look, and I understand she was not very happy with that spot. I would just like some clarification from you, from the school community, as to the placement of the Kiss and Go, because there seems to be a little bit of conflict now as to what Transport's proposed and what the community has been requesting. And I understand also because of the Stage 2 Newmarket development, there will be no Kiss and Go in Fenley Street for probably at least 18 months to 2 years.
Yeah, thanks, Philippa. Yeah, so we were advised at the last Traffic Committee meeting about Transport New South Wales' decision to extend the Kiss and Drop, but extend it westward towards the pedestrian crossing. And so there's a little bit of detail in the minutes, but there's no schematics. But from our interpretation of what was said at the meeting, it would mean that there'd be a bus stop actually moved along closer to the pedestrian crossing, the signalled pedestrian crossing, which immediately raised concerns because I'm not a traffic engineer, but putting a bus in front of coming towards a pedestrian crossing doesn't help visibility for the bus driver, cars or people crossing. It also congests the intersection because there's a Payton Street runs off just at that spot as well. I completely agree with the engineers. You know, slow speed is good because it means slow collisions, but the preferred option that we've been pushing is on Payne Reserve, just because it does integrate with the bicycle path, It actually improves the flow of traffic because it is a state road. So anything you guys can do to help, I don't want to come back. I love these meetings, but I don't want to come back in 12 months' time again.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Next speaker, NM50/22, notice of motion from Councillor Said, meeting the demands of growing female participation in football. Speaking in favour, Miss Amy Singh.
Hi, firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. My name's Amy Singh. I have been playing with Coogee United Football Club for the last 14 years and have been Vice President of the club for the last 10. I have also been Women's Chair within the Eastern Suburbs Football Association, representing all the clubs at an ESFA level. We are a historical hirer of Heffron 46, which is one of the fields in mention. We're one of the historical hirers. And we are also one of the largest senior clubs within ESFA and the largest senior women's club within ESFA. Speaking on ESFA's admission to the Sports Council, we strongly endorse this on behalf of my club and our fellow member clubs as well. ESFA has the respect and accountability to clubs that the current member who represents on the Sports Council does not. We're accountable to ESFA, ESFA are accountable to us. ESFA by its nature is a sum of its clubs. So we feel that they are better representing us on that council. They work closely with us on a weekly basis and throughout the season to develop our sport within the area. There has also been a lack of response, I've certainly noticed, over the last 8 or 9 years that I've been trying to consult with the current member. So we feel that that direct representation, as other sports do have, is long overdue. Speaking on Heffron 46, as a long-term hirer, this is a field that has issues. It has serious drainage issues. It's the first field to close and the last field to reopen after the rain. And as you may know, we pay regardless of whether it's open or closed. It's long overdue an upgrade, and we really endorse the motion to make it a premium grass field. The motion also talks to women's football. Why women's football? Well, women's football is one of the fastest growing sports, not only locally, but globally. And with the Women's World Cup round the corner, this is only set to take off next year. So we, in the eastern suburbs, need to be ready for that by providing premium facilities and premium amenities that go with them. We've seen it locally with our own club. We've grown from 2 teams about 6 years ago to the 6 and 7 teams that we've had in the last women's teams in the last few years. Around the world, viewership, I think, of the Women's Super League in the UK grew 4-fold last year, so it's getting a lot more visibility. With that visibility, people get inspired, as they will with the World Cup, and they will want to play, so we need to provide these amenities and these facilities. The current facility at Heffron 46, the nearest toilets and amenities are about 150 metres away, where there's 3 toilets. That services 5 football fields at any one time. I played on Sunday. I had to queue up. I had 5 or 6 people in front of me before kickoff, and I'm the goalkeeper, so if I don't make it, there's a bit of problems for kickoff. And there's no changing rooms. You may not be aware at Heffron 46...
grant you a minute extension.
Heffron 46, the nearest changing rooms are the ones near the synthetic, but they are designated only for synthetic users. So we need amenity blocks in this area that are female friendly. I did also meet as part of a forum about, I think it was 2 years ago, it was pre-COVID, so that's usually about 2.5 years ago, with Marjorie O'Neill and Matt Thistlethwaite on barriers to women's sport and public amenity and facilities around amenities is seen as a huge barrier to women's sport and women's participation, particularly taking that up in later life, as we see greatly through our club. So we think this will greatly benefit the local area, and we will then be able to have suitable facilities for the women in our catchment.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no, Councillor Said.
Okay, thank you. Just also would like to ask, is it in female participation in sport, it's not only the fields and the teams, it's also the safety and the security of where you're playing. So a place like Heffron Park, big and dark at night, so lighting is very obviously needed and imperative. and also the whole lighting of the area. That field 46 is also well lit because it's right next door to the netball teams. So there's a large female presence there. So it's probably the right spot to have female teams playing there.
Yeah, it's a great location, being in close proximity to the netball courts as well, certainly.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you very much. I have one last speaker of the public component. Speaking in favour, Mr. Jamie Gomez.
Thanks very much. Good evening, my name is Jamie Gomez and I'm the Head of Football at Eastern Suburbs Football Association, known as ESFA. As part of my role, I oversee all football programs, pathways, coach education, female and inclusive programs, and been part of the coaching staff of our women's national football team, the Matildas, as well as current head coach of the Football New South Wales Females Institute program. ESFA represents a community of approximately 10,000 members, with 8,400 being registered players. Of those members, approximately 2,166 are female participants. ESFA represents the largest active sports community organisation in the eastern suburbs, and it's made of 24 clubs. 11 of those clubs and ESFA utilise facilities within the Randwick City Council boundaries. As of June this year, 40% of our registered members reside within the Randwick City Council boundary. Furthermore, ESFA also administers pathway programs for local junior players to achieve their aspirations in the sport, of which 57% reside within the Randwick City Council boundary. ESFA warmly welcomes the motion put forward by Councillor Said and would utilise this facility as a centre for female football and inclusion football, something that has been much needed for the association and its member clubs and the local community, so that we may grow and deliver valuable programs for our communities. The improvements as outlined in the motion will enhance the current limited infrastructure as well as meet the increased needs for females' amenities. Furthermore, it will assist with the growth in participation in the sport, thus providing physical and mental health benefits, further develop pathways and programs for local players, specifically grow the female participation numbers in our local community and association through programs such as the introduction to football programs for females, the mother and daughter/son programs that we intend to do, female football coaching mentorship programs which we have started and have been quite successful with, as well as ESFA inclusion programs. As I mentioned earlier, ESFA has 2,166 female participants, or 25.75%, aged from 5 years and up. And that may seem like a good number. However, based on the numbers of all the Sydney Metro associations, this is below average. For example, Manly Football Association has nearly 35% female participation, and this is due mainly to them having a home of football and more available facilities that are female-friendly. With the FIFA Women's World Cup to be held next year, female football participation will increase in demand. In order for ESFA to cater for this growth, there is a need for a top-class female-centric facility to provide an access for females in the local community to participate in a great inclusive sport such as football. On behalf of ESFA, I thank you for allowing me to speak on this motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being, Councillor, there's a question, Councillor Luxford.
Mr. Gomez, sorry, I missed what your position was at ESFA.
Head of football.
Head of football. Is that an elected position or a paid one?
No, a paid one.
Okey-doke. Beautiful. And one other question. Does ESFA have representative girls teams playing now or no? Or
Currently, yes.
And who are they playing with?
So, for example,
like which club are they playing through?
Against?
I believe you used to be with UNSW or UTS. No, Sydney Uni?
In the past was UNSW, that was many years ago. Currently we hold a program that's run for our under 10s to under 13 girls, and that's a selective program that come from our local clubs, part of these. So from, for example, Maroubra United or whether it be...
Mascot Kings.
Yeah, Mascot Kings, exactly.
Dunbar or something.
That's correct. So they are players that are selected as talented players. A very effective one that we've managed to now push players into the Football New South Wales Institute. A couple of our players are now being targeted with the national under-17s team, so a program that's very valuable and important to our area.
But there's
too.
no ESFA teams.
There is an S for that program. Plays as a team each week. Over 40 weeks is a 40-week program, so it's a full-time program.
Representing the area
Representing the area, exactly.
Other
That's right. Against other associations, they play as far as going down to Wollongong, as far as the Central Coast, and as far as Macarthur region.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
Councillor D'Souza.
Mayors, thank you very much for being here. What does council do for your organisation at the moment, for women's sport, to support you?
To be honest, the relationship between council and ESFA has been quite positive, particularly over the last few years, in building relationships and building the pathways to acknowledge and to promote female football. We are working closely with council to hopefully promote more things, but directly we are given, for example, the programs that I just mentioned, access to Heffron 46. We are one of the users also for our young program, for our young players. So they do give us grounds and obviously support through that way.
Mr. Rosenfeld.
Yes, Jamie, I was just going to ask, as a result of Australia hosting the Women's Football World Cup next year, will there be some funding from the FFA for this grassroots football, including this particular project? Would you foresee some funding coming from there that can contribute to the project that we're looking at Heffron Park?
Yeah, currently there's a Legacy 23 program for grants. That's being activated, so there is an opportunity there. We've been speaking closely with Football Australia as well as Football New South Wales. The fact that we're hosting a Women's World Cup here is major for our sport, let alone sport in general. Having that kind of exposure to the world, and we all know how the growth of female sports has gone, particularly with our Matildas participating. We only foresee that there will be even more, as Amy had mentioned earlier, but also our proximity of where we are, Randwick City Council, is so important for Women's World Cup. So there has been grounds targeted, obviously, for training facilities close by. We can only think that having the world-class players come here, potentially a Sam Kerr, potentially the US national team, on our doorsteps, will actually enlighten and invigorate the sport itself, particularly for young females, including my 8-year-old daughter that's buzzing and can't wait for next year. So all this is going to have a buzz. We need to take advantage of it. We need to capture it. We need to inspire young ladies to take up the sport. And having a facility such as this, and something that ESFA can push and create more programs, not only for young aspiring footballers, but for everyone, is going to help massively.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We've now reached the conclusion of the public section. We will be moving, and I'll be seeking a procedural resolution to move into a confidential session. For the members of the public, this relates to the supplementary business MM21/22. For the members of the public who are waiting for the debate, all members of the public will actually be excluded from the meeting, including staff, for a period of time. Unfortunately, I'm unable to advise as to how long that may or may not be. If you would not like to stay, you are able to listen to the remainder of the public meeting when it resumes later this evening. Otherwise, there is a recording of the meeting online. There will also be a record of the decisions on the minutes. So with that, could I have somebody move that we go into closed session? I need a mover. Move Councillor Luxford, Councillor Said. Thank you. We'll now be moving into closed session. Thank you.
is a Creole expression, to walk together. Where life is hard, people depend upon and help each other, so that man may pray together, praise the same moral principles, and together reaffirm. Depend upon and help each other, so that man may pray together to praise the same moral principles, and together reaffirm.
will kneel down on my knees and pray. Then he said, give your soul to me now, and I will give you everything you need. If you'll just have faith in my child.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. I declare the meeting of the Randwick Council reopened at 10:42. What I will do is I will read the outcome of the supplementary business confidential mayoral minute MM21/22 into the record. I declare that that was lost. Thank you, councillors. Feel free, you can now sit. Thank you. We move to the first mayoral minute, MM19/22, financial assistance and donations. Conscious of time, I commend the mayoral minute. Thank you. Is there any debate? There being no debate, all those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. Thank you. I go to MM20/22, art in public spaces. The contents of it are on the report. I commend it, I won't speak to it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, thank you. Urgent business. Is there any urgent business? There being no, your colleague next to you. There being no, well, the absent one. Anyway, there being no urgent business, we will now, anyway, it's all right. There being no urgent business, we'll move to the next set through in seriatim of councillors. If you could please just call out any challenges. GM9/22. Challenged by Councillor Said. GM10/22. Sorry. Challenged by Councillor Chappell. GM11/22. Challenged by challenged by Councillor Nielsen. CP23/22. Public notification of the VPA.
Challenge.
Challenged by. Okay. CP24/22. Council conflict of interest policy. Unchallenged. CP25/22 community partnerships funding.
Challenge.
That was challenged.
Yes,
yeah,
please.
Councillor Veach.
CP25.
Yep, I have that. CP25 community partnerships funding. CP26/22 variation of development standard.
Challenged.
Okay. Councillor Olive. CP27/22 utilisation of Randwick Town Hall and Barrett House for arts and cultural purposes. Challenged by Councillor Pandolfini. Thank you. Councillors, if you could just please yell out a little bit more. It's just because I'm looking down so I can't actually see you. CP28 planning proposal new local heritage item. 11 Moira Street. Just before I do that, if I've declared an interest and I'm walking out, then I don't have to. No, that's fine. Okay, unchallenged. CP 29/22 137151 Anzac Parade, Kensington. Unchallenged. That's challenged by Councillor Luxford. CP 30/22 letter of offer. Okay, what we will do is we will... Yeah, can somebody please challenge CP 28/22 for me? Challenged by Councillor Burst. Okay, thank you. CP 30/22 letter of offer 137151 Anzac Parade, Kensington. Challenged by Councillor Luxford. CS 24/22 Bunnaron Road, Franklin Street, Perry Street intersection, Matraville. We're not doing very well on the unchallenged. CS 25/22 Cycleways and Bicycles Advisory Committee. No, unchallenged. Okay, CO 24/22. Councillor Nielsen is challenged. CS 25/22. CS 31. No, I'm still going through the agenda. Okay, I will get to the supplementary in a second. Okay, CO 24 New Data Management Policy and Associated Guidelines. CO 25 Local Government Conference 2022 Annual Conference. Challenge Councillor Chappell. CO 26/22 Code of Meeting Practice. This challenged by Hay. CO 27 Monthly Financial Report. Unchallenged. CO 28/22 Investment Report. Okay, thank you. I actually require a supplementary business paper. Oh no, it's here. That's the thing. Thank you. We have the late Director of City Services report, Clavelli flood study, CS 31/22. That's challenged by Nielsen. Okay, thank you. Can I have a mover of the unchallenged items?
Sorry, point of order, what are the unchallenged items? Specifically, CP 23 challenged?
CP 23 is challenged. Thank you. Can I have a moved Councillor Hamilton, seconded Councillor Chappell. I've just noticed we have missed one of the mayoral minutes, which is the passing of Margaret Vasey, MM 22/22. I note my comments at the beginning of the meeting. However, if councillors did wish to say anything...
Just very quickly,
yes.
Mr Mayor, out the front of the General Manager's office, there's a set of, I think it's 9 pictures of the oak trees that were cut down at Anzac Parade, and they were painted by, and she documented every single tree that was cut down in a painting. So I think it's worth noting that we should remind everyone of that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Said. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, we now go to the first item of the challenged items, GM 9/22, 2022 to 2026 delivery program and 2022 to 2023 operational plan, challenged by Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am moving this as per recommendation. I just wanted to congratulate the staff in their efforts in putting this together. It's obviously a delivery program such as this is a momentous and a monumental effort by everyone concerned. It takes the whole operation of all staff to get this going. So across the whole organisation, I'd like to thank everyone involved. And just a secondary question that to the relevant officer, which is the City Services, Mr Clark. Point 2, planning and commencement of works of the Maroubra Surf Club. Is that just a typo, or is that the commencement of works? Is that actually happening, or is that a typo?
Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's just the commencement of planning works. There's no commitment to any form of construction.
And Mr. Mayor, I didn't have a seconder.
I'd like to move an amendment. Is that too early?
Can I just confirm this, who the seconder of, this is seconded Councillor Burst. Okay, thank you. Councillor Olive would like to move an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Can it be brought up, you know, sort of, it's the amendment I put up there. If you read that, you can see that Council, the amendment is that Council donate the $40,000 previously allocated to the South Sydney Rabbitohs Partnership in the 2023 operational budget wholly to South Cares Proprietary Limited, and reallocate the $33,000 previously allocated to the Roosters Partnership in the 2023 operational budget community to one of the Council's community funding programs as appropriate. Now, the reason for this is that these are sponsorships of large sporting corporations that have funding streams totally independent and from us that, they are able, big enough and able enough to get funding streams from other sources and don't need the sponsorship of Randwick Council to survive. That money can be used for better purposes. I'd like to go to the $40,000 that is used to sponsor the Rabbitohs. That's a 50-50 split between South Cares and the Rugby League Club. What does Council get for that? Council gets tickets to games, events, and sponsor and get their name, you know, sort of put announced at particular games. That is all to do with South Sydney PR, and I think that we will see later on in one of the other motions the work that South Cares does. So I'm proposing that the whole of this donation is given to South Cares rather than to be split with the Rugby League Club itself. As far as East's partnership is concerned, the sponsorship that the council gives to Eastern Suburbs, or the Eastern Suburbs Roosters, Sydney Roosters, they've changed, is what council gets tickets and games, and there is one clinic at Burrows Park. Now that sort of stuff is what the Roosters could be giving out anyway in terms of sponsorships to promote them, to give out in terms of promotions, in terms of to publicise themselves, and that kind of funding could be better used for council's community funding programs. So that's the first amendment. There is another item that I would like to commend to council as an amendment, and I don't know whether it's about fees for. Did you get that, David, at all? There's another one there. Well, the fees allocated in the budget should stay as they are, but there should be flexibility with non-commercial applicants to apply for fee reduction waivers for hire of community centres and rooms and halls. This is the sort of stuff we've seen, you know, sort of the low usage rates in some of these residents because of the higher fees, and so having community activities in these particular council-run spaces is the sort of thing that is neighbourhood building and community building, and so I commend this to council. Thank you.
Can I ask the seconder of your amendment? Is there a seconder? Councillor Chappell. Councillor Chappell, did you wish to speak to it? And then I'll go to Councillor Rosenfeld.
I would just like to briefly speak and congratulate the Rabbitohs on the new partnership they signed today with Fujitsu Air Conditioning, which is a multi-million 4-year deal. And in reflection of that, I think particularly Part A of this motion is particularly appropriate on this day.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with Councillor Olive here. First of all, I would like to declare I am a member of the Sydney Roosters. But I do find it's beneficial for the council because that matches when they present the player who is sponsored by the council, because every player gets basically has sponsorship of the different sponsors of the club. I believe it's good publicity for the council because the audience at the game and sometimes at home does see that the council is sponsoring a particular player. So I think it's beneficial as far as the PR or general PR of the council is concerned. So I'll have to say I'd like us to continue to sponsor both the Sydney Roosters and the South Sydney Rabbitohs.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak in support of the amendments. Firstly, if you go to the attachment 1, which is the delivery program and operational plan and budget on page 163, which is the section on the general community budget. You know, we see a list, and council did agree to get these different programs fully itemised so we can see how much we're putting towards these events. So while South Sydney Rabbitohs partnership, we provide $40,000 and the Roosters is $33,000. We're only putting towards $12,000 to the disability budget, $12,000 to the multicultural budget, you know, $15,000 to the Aboriginal budget, $12,000 to the older person's budget, and so on it goes. It's in fact, you know, even the Roosters get more than our domestic violence campaigns. Like these really are quite substantial donations when you look at what we're spending on our other community projects. Can we really, in essence, argue that we should be giving more to Souths or the Roosters than really pretty much all of these combined? You know, not all of them, but it's a significant amount of the budget when you look at it compared. It's still supporting South's cares and the good work that they do, which has always been well supported by council. But you know, this document is open to the public, and I just don't think it stacks up. In all honesty, I just don't see how anyone here can put forward an argument that we should be giving more to these two commercial entities, you know, a combination of $73,000 a year, when we're giving such a paltry amount, you know, for work in disability, youth, Aboriginal areas. It's just doesn't really make any sense, and I don't think it can be supported. In terms of the fees and charges, we've seen in some of the work that Councillor Pandolfini has done in recent months, looking into the utilisation of our halls, and we know from the fees and charges that they're just simply not affordable. Like, most of our halls are hired out at an hourly rate, you know, of around $30 to $50 an hour. Like, it's just unfeasible for any kind of group to do work on that basis, other than it's really basically saying these rooms and halls are available for a meeting once in a while. They can't be used for anything of any more substance than that. City of Sydney has just completely waived. They've made use of their all of their facilities free for community groups just recently. And this small amendment is simply asking that non-commercial applicants have the ability to apply for fee reductions or waivers for the hire of community centres. I know that can be done through the community investment program and Community Create and so on. But I think we should extend that, because some of these halls are simply not actually generating any income because they're unaffordable. We would actually potentially derive greater income by substantially reducing the fees and getting people in there and using them. So I would commend these amendments.
Are there any further speakers?
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to accept point B in the motion, but not the first one, so it'll have to go to the vote.
You're willing to do the second
The
point?
second one about the fees and charges to be adopted.
With attached with flex.
Yeah, so willing to accept that amendment, but put the...
Okay, can we just go down? Go down? Yep, that's fine. Do you have feedback as to that? Thank you. I will then go to Councillor Luxford, but before I do that, I'll just offer the General Manager the opportunity to comment on the implication of that. Oh, Councillor Luxford, to ask the question.
Just in relation to point B, I know that there are opportunities through the community programs, but aside from that, if a community group was to come to us outside of, you know, grant times, etc., and had a genuine, you know, need for the use of the hall, would we not be able to waive that fee or, you know, pass a mayoral minute or some such thing in order to accommodate, you know, that B fees reduction?
Thank you. Through to the General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. A mayoral minute could be put forward to waive a fee or reduce the fee. What I was going to suggest to Council is, under the Local Government Act, you do have to set your fees and charges, and that can't be delegated. Generally, if you wish to have flexibility by way of reducing fees, you would have to have some sort of policy that provided the mechanism under which you would do that, as we do with our community investment program, which would then have delegations as to who could make those decisions. So whilst it's not unachievable, to simply have a motion saying to provide flexibility without that decision-making structure is probably not achievable. So I would suggest that a report would have to come back with some sort of mechanism similar to the community investment program or something like that.
May I slight alteration in the wording of that?
Yes, Councillor Veitch.
Apologies, could it be possible to scroll? Oh, there. And so fees and charges adopted for 22-23 as per the attached, and receive a report that allows flexibility for etc.
Thank you. Councillor Sett, can I just confirm, do you accept that? Okay, thank you. I've got a hand up from Councillor Chappell and then Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually just a question separate to the debate, which is point 3 says minor changes have been made, and I know we've had a fair amount of submissions on this. Is it ever possible to get a list of the changes that have been made? Because these are extremely extensive documents, and having them presented to councillors without the changes identified is fairly tough. That's not a question. The question is, were any changes made to any of the plans as a result of any of the submissions?
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, on page 12, it works through the recommended changes as to where they are being made.
Thank you.
Page 12 and 13.
Councillor Burst.
I'm just looking at the planning and commencement of works to Maroubra Surf Club. In light of the referral to ICAC of our mayor, wouldn't it be prudent to maybe put that on hold and maybe request from the relevant department to a more detailed costing, a grant funding, like a simple spreadsheet that has our clear allocation of funds for that project, if that could be looked at. So that would be an amendment.
Are you proposing an amendment?
Yes, I'd like to. Well, I think we need to put...
Councillor Burst, can you clearly outline what the amendment is,
planning
so that I can read it?
The planning
and then potentially, depending on the wording of it.
Yep.
But I just want you to clearly outline what it is so that I can see the wording.
That the planning and commencement of works to the Maroubra Surf Club be put on hold.
Mr Mayor, the commencement of work's been taken out. Yeah, the commencement of work shouldn't be in there, so it's got to be taken out. So just leave that part out.
But the planning to be put on hold until the result of the ICAC referral.
May I call a point of order?
I'm extremely conscious of the matter as it related to Councillor Byrne at Inner West Council. And so what I'm going to do to avoid any suggestion of intervening in the debate in a matter in which I am named, such as this, by Councillor Burst, I'm going to absent myself and go to Councillor Chappell, so as not to be accused of in any way interfering with that particular debate, conscious of the Councillor Byrne matter.
Through Madam Chair, just to make clear to everyone where we are in the order, a foreshadowed amendment doesn't require a mover and a seconder until such time as it becomes an amendment, and Councillor Burst, you wouldn't speak on it until such time that the amendment on the paper is actually dealt with. So if the amendment on the paper by Councillor Olive and Councillor Chappell was to be lost, then your foreshadowed amendment would be debated. So at this point in time, we're just working with the amendment on the table.
Madam Chair, I just raised a point of order just prior to the Mayor leaving the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Veitch. Proceed with your point of order, please.
I don't know that it's typical for, I understand that one of the councillors posted on social media that they were planning to put in an ICAC complaint. I don't know that it's common for complainants going to ICAC to share that on social media other than to completely discredit an individual. So I just honestly don't know how Councillor Burst would have found out about this other than through a social media post.
Actually, I found out through the Southern Courier.
Sorry, through the chair, please.
How the Southern Courier comment people to share complaints with social media or mainstream media. But given that there's been no result of the ICAC complaint, as far as I'm aware, I don't know that this is in order. And I don't know if ICAC complaint generally made public knowledge other than to let you get something.
Thanks, Councillor Veitch. Therese?
Through you, Madam Chair, that simply a report to or an allegation having been put through to ICAC is just that, and it has not been progressed as far as I am aware, and therefore I would caution councillors just in regards to this foreshadowed amendment.
Councillor Burst, do you wish to respond to that?
I just want to protect the council, so I just don't know if having something that is still out for debate should be processed or moved on.
I think the General Manager has indicated that she does not believe that's a live concern.
And through you, Madam Chair, just like any complaint, ICAC has a process that it goes through, and that's certainly something that hasn't been processed thus far, and therefore that's why I would caution this.
Through the Chair, I would be happy to take on the advice of the General Manager and withdraw my foreshadowed amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Burst.
And with that, Madam Mayor, Mrs. Mayor, I was going to say, Madam Mayor, sorry. Can we put the amendments,
yes,
and in the interest of time,
Okay, so we're putting the Olive Chapel amendment that's on the screen at the moment. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Okay, I declare the amendment lost. So we are now on the substantive motion. Are there any objections to me putting that motion now? Should we get the mayor back on? We're just going to get the mayor.
Thank you, councillors. We're now back on the motion. Thank you. Do we have further speakers? Been asked to put? All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to the next item, GM 10/22. 2022-32 Resourcing Strategy, challenged by Councillor Chappell. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Olive. Before we commence debate, can I please have a procedural motion from the floor to limit speaking times to 2 minutes? I'm just very conscious of time. Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, can I also have 2 for, 2 against as well?
2 for, 2 against. Yep, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was very brief, which is just to say, going through this item, that we received a single submission after the exhibition period suggests to me that something's kind of not going right with our community consultation, and I just wanted to ask if there is a bar below which we consider consultation has not occurred.
Thank you. General Manager.
Through Mr Chair, generally we have a communication plan for each of our communication activities. Typically across the board in local government you will find very few submissions in regards to some of these policies and strategies.
Thank you. Seconder. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. No. Moved Chapel, seconded Olive. Thank you. Okay, we now go to GM 11/22, challenged by Councillor Nielsen.
I'm just moving it in a slightly... Sorry.
Okay, thank
because,
you.
you have to declare an interest, remember?
Everything's fine. Do we have a seconder?
Well, I'm moving it in a slightly amended form, and I've sent the amendment through to Mr Kelly, GM 11/22. Basically, it's that Council resolved to recommence and finalise the Land Negotiation Program LNP, and following a meeting of the LNP, that a councillor briefing be held to go through the status of all the identified land parcels and provide council with a detailed history of how agreement was reached on all parcels.
I'll second.
Thanks, councillor. I won't speak to it because I think we're all in favour of it. It's a great thing, but I just wanted to make sure that we had the follow-up processes in writing.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers?
Actually, just very quickly, Mr Mayor, to add to Councillor Nielsen, Mr Ingry was in the foyer and he saw us, and he's quite happy to come to a briefing and explain how it all got to where it got. So in that briefing, if we can invite Mr Ingry, he's quite happy to do it.
Yep. Happy to include it. Mr Kelly, did you get that?
Mr Mayor, representatives from the Land Council rather than names.
Okay, I'm sure that's fine. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move on to CP 23/22, public notification of voluntary planning agreement. Thank you. I will wait until Councillor Hay leaves the room. Thank you. Do we have a mover? So it was challenged by Councillor Luxford. Do I have a mover? I can't move from the chair. I require a mover. Thank you. Moved Councillor Burst. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor D'Souza. Okay, Councillor Burst, did you want to speak to it? Councillor Luxford, can you please turn off your microphone?
Sorry. I'll reserve the right.
Thank you very much. Councillor D'Souza.
I'm fine.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak against the voluntary planning agreement. This is one of several more, I guess, we're going to be getting throughout Kensington, and as a matter of consistency and the submissions that have been received by residents and the stress and the angst that the residents of Kensington and Kingsford are experiencing over all this unnecessary overdevelopment. I cannot support this recommendation at all. Again, we're prostituting ourselves, letting these guys pay bucks to get more, more floors. Eventually, one day, we might see the money and we may see improvements to our area. But quite frankly, I wouldn't hold my breath. So I cannot support this recommendation.
Councillor Chapel.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have a very brief question. I note that the feedback received in relation to this is consistent, that it is considered significantly too low. Are there avenues open to council to get something that would actually benefit a broader area rather than basically landscaping around the building.
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The works related to the community infrastructure contribution, a component of those has to be done on the site, which is also incorporating areas that are adjacent to the site. If you look at the agreement, the proportion of that is to those works, but the remainder can be spread out for works over the two centres, Kensington and Kingsford. There is the contribution for affordable housing, which is in part of the voluntary planning agreement, and a Section 712 contribution, which is at a rate of 2.5%, which is more than what is in the other, in the citywide plan. So those contributions are not necessarily related to the site specific, other than a component of the CIC contribution and the upgrade of the laneway.
Sorry, just a brief supplementary. Response 6 asked how many affordable housing units the 4.6 million equates to, which is not answered, which it seems it would be good practice where there's a direct answer to give one. Do we have an answer for what that represents over what term?
Because this development is for student accommodation, wasn't suitable for the dedication of the type of dwellings that council would require to provide for affordable housing. So that $4.5 million would be put to council's affordable housing program in terms of either purchasing units or also investing with community housing providers in the construction of new dwellings that would be used for affordable housing.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. It being a planning matter, I'll go straight to a division. Mr. Kelly. Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Pandifini.
Against.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veitch.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
Against.
Councillor Chappell.
Against.
Councillor Olive.
For.
Councillor McCafferty.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Said.
For.
Councillor Burst.
For.
Councillor D'Souza.
For.
And the Mayor is for. Declare that carried. Thank you. CP 24/22, Council Conflict, oh no, that was unchallenged. My apologies, 1 second. CP 25/22, Community Partnership Funding, challenged by Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, and I've sent through an amendment. Thank you. My amendment, I totally support all of the organisations put forward for recommendations, but note that there were still funds that were not allocated to the tune of just over 38,000, and that they were going to be carried forward into the 2022-23 financial year. But councillors, they're not on the business papers, but councillors did receive a copy of the full list of applicants, including the unsuccessful applicants. Reading over those, and then also upon request receiving the full application for some, I came to the view that I would also like to support the application by the Sydney Story Factory, which was for approximately $18,000, just for 1 year only. The Sydney Story Factory, it's a widely recognised, reputable organisation that does sort of creative writing workshops with young people. It's also worked with Matraville High. It's done that. They have been running for many, many years. Just because something is creative writing doesn't mean they're going in there delivering the New South Wales English syllabus, which is kind of what was suggested in the report. Just if as an artist were to go in and run some art workshops, it doesn't mean they're replacing an art teacher. Same with a music teacher. Literacy is literally, it is one of the most important things you can. Most of us here take it for granted that, you know, you will complete your school years and you will have a solid grasp of reading and writing. But I can tell you from my own work in corrective services that for many people, that is just simply not the case. There is a large group in our community who, for various reasons, due to, you know, significant social disadvantage, and barriers to fully participating in the education system, that they leave school with such a disadvantage and that they cannot, you know, their literacy standards are not enabling them to engage in employment and just sort of
I was just
basic things.
going to suggest you're approaching 2 minutes, Councillor Veach.
I apologise. So
That's all right.
I would, I hope to support this amendment. It doesn't, it still the budget allocation for this funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pandolfini, and then I'll go to Councillor Nielsen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Said as the seconder. Said as the seconder. He gets to speak, then I'll go to Pandolfini, then Nielsen.
Just quickly, Mr Mayor, I agree with Councillor Veach, because that school at Matraville High does a lot of noble efforts. There's a lot of public-private sponsorships there. They do work with autistic kids, they work with disabled kids, they work with disadvantaged kids. There's programs all over the place, and this is a very noble effort, and I think they're well deserved of our funds.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I'd also like to commend Councillor Veach's amendments here. It's really important that these funds as well are made use of and given the most scrutiny as possible, because they're not huge allocations of money, and it's really important that they are used, and especially when there's something as commendable as this. The Sydney Story Factory I've worked with through outreach programs at the University of Sydney and UNSW through outreach programs. Like they do an extremely professional job, and they're an independent organisation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen.
I'm reluctantly opposing the motion as the motion with the inclusion of the Story Factory. I don't criticise the goals of the Story Factory and so on, but I'm not on the committee for these community partnerships applications and so on. And it's specifically stated the reason for refusal is the project is not eligible for council funding because it delivers core curriculum activities during school hours. Now, I'm not a specialist to say whether that's true or false or whatever. However, presumably we have people on the committee who are professional to make these sort of comments. And I would prefer that we reconsider more proactively in terms of the Story Factory and their worth, merits and whatever, and encourage them to apply in the next round of grants if we in fact, after further examination, see that in fact that they do qualify, because we do have rules and regulations for these grants. So I'm moving an amendment that I will move the recommendation as per the business paper.
Councillor Burst?
Request an extension of 60 minutes.
Yep. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Okay. Are there any further speakers on the...
I would like to close the...
Yep. Thank you.
debate.
Councillor...
I would just note that there is another applicant that is also doing work with school children, with high school children, high school students. I've looked at both applications. They are both seeking outcomes to improve access ongoingly to training, tertiary education and employment. I don't see why one has been approved, and that would also be delivered in school hours. Those types of education programs are also delivered through the New South Wales syllabus. And so I just don't see any reason why one application was supported and the other wasn't. And I think that would expose council to scrutiny. I think the unsuccessful applicant would have good grounds to question on this basis. And so it's not a large amount of money. I have looked at it. If I felt it was there were eligible grounds, but it seemed to be a very solid application. It is delivering creative writing workshops, and a publication will be produced with the students' work. And as I said, there was another applicant delivering a program to school students, which you could argue relates to the syllabus, but it is not the syllabus, and this is not any different. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Veach. And I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against?
Aye.
No. Declare that carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to the next item, variation of development standard CP 26/22, challenged by Councillor Olive.
Yes, David, could you bring up the amendment, please?
Can I please just get a seconder? I assume you have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Chappell.
Okay. This is basically to put an extra column in the clause 4.6 register that you can see the spreadsheet there. We have been given oversight of non-compliant developments that have been approved. We have to look at those and approve them. And I'm just concerned that there's not we could have some more information relatively simply, which would help us make that kind of a oversight decision. And that is if in the column at the end there, we put in the number of resident submissions that object to the development and the number that support the development. The information that we've got, and this is statutory, I think, is justification for variation. These are sort of variations beyond the normal controls. Maintains compatible scale with neighbouring buildings and does not adversely impact in terms of overshadowing, privacy and views. That is the same all the way through each of these items, so it doesn't give you that information there. So we have the views of those that are making the decisions from delegated authority or the planning panel, but we don't have the feedback from the community, and by just putting in something as simple as the number of objections or the number of supporting submissions, then we can get a feel for how the neighbouring community view these particular development applications and their variations to the planning controls. Thank you.
Councillor Chappell. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. CP 27/22, challenged by Councillor Pandolfini. Is it correct? Thank you.
I've got some proposed amendments.
I'll second.
I've got some proposed amendments that I sent through to David. I really appreciate the extremely fast turnaround on this report. And I think it's been amazing that we've got quotes here for these portable partitions. I don't, however, think that perhaps it's been slightly fast in coming to this conclusion and this recommendation. And I am hoping that the staff can investigate this a bit further, because I would like to see this work. And I would like to see these work at a professional standard and actually be used. And when I have a look at the options that have been put forward, I don't think that we're going to get, I don't believe that we're going to get as many people wanting to show in the town hall with these proposed partitions. It's still an extremely expensive amount of money, and I think that we can look to some expansion of using these spaces. We could speak to Roxanne at La Perouse Museum about using the Randwick Town Hall with the option B walls. We could think about putting the International Women's Day Art Award in the Randwick Town Hall. We need to come out of this trial with fantastic documentation at a professional level, and I don't think that the option A partitions will be at the level that we need to then go to state and federal to try and get further money for arts and culture like the La Perouse Museum, and actually prove that we have the ability to put on highly professional exhibitions. Option B, $40,000 plus GST, I know sounds expensive. I'll also say that it, you know, we're talking about these amounts of money in other areas for not as substantial amount of a thing. So I don't actually think it is that expensive. I think we need to look about into the future for what we're going to get for this. And I think that, you know, as we saw with the state government giving funding to Coogee and the Spot, because they'd proven that they could put on events there, we need to show that we can have, and we respect and we understand professional levels of exhibitions, and the cheaper partitions aren't going to bring back the kind of documentation and proof, I don't think, that we are actually achieving that through this trial. I also think that the rates that have been proposed are still a bit too expensive. For Barrett House, for example, we have 7 Clovelly Road, that's a small shop, and that's similar to the Barrett House, and that's being rented out at $500 per week. So we want to kind of encourage these to be used, and I think that we really need to do as much work as possible to have the best outcome. Thanks.
Seconded by Councillor Veitch.
Yeah, look, I commend the original post. It's for the 43,000 a really good system under the walls. It is a bargain. Our exhibitors to show that in a way really highlight and showcase their art. Councillor Pandolfini said we would be able to host the International Women's Day exhibition we would be able to show extensions or additional shows that are currently exhibited at the La Perouse Museum. We also have exhibitions at Bowen Library. The wall space there is very limited, so this would provide further opportunities. It's not a lot of money, and, you know, to be honest, the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee met for, you know, almost 4 years, largely working on strategy, and now we have to get in there and implement. So I would urge councillors to support this, including the proposed changes to the fee structure. Paying a daily or an hourly rate is just not tenable. It needs to be an affordable weekly rate to make it workable. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'm foreshadowing that I'm going to move the motion as per the business paper. I apologise, Councillor Pandolfini and Councillor Beach, because I agree with your sentiments. However, I think that we need to ensure that we have a successful trial, and we also need to keep our funds within certain parameters and so on. And I think we're better off advocating for a successful trial, and I think that the proposal that we've got in the business paper is the better process for us to go moving forward, albeit it's a little bit slowly, but it does give us more time to do the extra planning, to do the next follow-up stage. So I urge councillors to vote against the motion as put forward at the moment, and the motion as per the business paper.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? So, Councillor Chappell.
Sorry, just very briefly on that proposal. It's always cheaper to do it properly the first time.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini, to close the debate.
Yeah, I'd just like to close the debate by urging, even if these, all of these items aren't accepted, that we ask the staff to investigate this further, because I don't see how you're proposing for this to be a successful trial when it's still prohibitively expensive and these partition walls are not at a professional standard. So who is going to want to continue to hire or start to hire and put on big exhibitions in the Randwick Town Hall? What is the research that shows that people will want to do that? We don't have any. So you want to spend $15,000 to do the partitions and then evaluate after six months. It doesn't make any financial sense. So I just would urge that we take a little bit more time. This is a brilliant turnaround, a month, but I'd love to have some more time and have some more conversations and look at how we can make this a bit more successful. As it stands, I don't see how it reflects the reality of artists living in an inflated world. Artists are not separate to the rest of the community. Artists live in an inflated world as well. So you're kind of like treating the two things very differently. It's okay to spend this much money on this, but then on the arts and culture that the community want, it's not okay to spend similar amounts of money. I'd love to see us be a bit smarter about this and actually get the support of state and federal government through successful and professional mountings of exhibitions in Randwick and start to grow our reputation so that we can achieve museums and huge grants that we're asking for La Perouse. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour? So there's been a request for a division. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Pandolfini.
For.
Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Veach.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
Against.
Councillor Chappell.
For.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Against.
Councillor Olive.
For.
Councillor McCafferty.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Sett. Councillor Burst.
For.
Councillor D'Souza.
Against.
And the Mayor is against. Thank you.
So, Mr Mayor, I'll
Councillor,
move
you'll
it
now move a motion.
as per the business paper.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded Councillor D'Souza. Thank you. Am I happy to put it? All those in favour?
No, I'd like to speak.
Okay. Councillor Veach.
Councillors, what we are voting for here is some crappy little petitions in our beautiful town hall. It just doesn't make any sense. If you've looked at the pictures, like this is the Randwick Town Hall. It is an historic building, and what we are voting for here is some cheap as partitions you might see in a cheap old shop somewhere. Like, in all honesty, we're talking, like, how are our artists supposed to, what is this saying to our arts community when we have an arts and culture strategy that is supposed to be promoting the arts, building up council's reputation as a place that, and demonstrating that we value arts? These crappy little partitions, and excuse my language, but that's what they are. All it is doing is showing our artists, here you have your little trial, but their work is going to look rubbish. But there's no other way of putting it. There is no way on earth you're going to be able to install work. I mean, they're tiny. So what you can have is a few little photographs or drawings or something, and that's it. And then you're asking people to pay an exorbitant fee for it. An exorbitant fee for what? It literally makes no sense. Let's do this properly. So I can't support this.
Okay, thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Burst.
I'd actually like to support Councillor Veach on this one. Do it properly, do it once. If we're serious about trying to grow this area, there's an opportunity to put in your proper, your panels and so on. Then you'll get some decent artists to come in here and put displays on. Then once you've got some demand and market share, then you can start playing with pricing as well. So what you're doing is you're growing a business from the ground up. And it would also enhance Randwick City Council, our facility. So I certainly can't support it in its present state. I would like to see the amendment back to having some decent panels. Thank you.
Can we please add in there that the staff investigate this further? It feels
It's a matter for Councillor Nielsen.
It's undercooked.
Councillor Nielsen is now the mover of the motion.
I'm happy to incorporate that council investigate option B or similar improved hanging systems.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillors, I'm just conscious of the time. What I would like to do is move a procedural motion to consider the confidential items, including the various tenders, so that we can deal with those, because I know that some are time sensitive. Can I have a mover? Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded Councillor Burst. I declare that carried. Could we please turn off the public screening and close the doors?
There is a Creole expression, to walk together. people depend upon and help each other, so that man may pray together, praise the same moral principles, and together reaffirm.
Burst? Councillor Burst, was this you?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe it was called just to enable the Mayor to leave the room as he has a conflict.
Sorry, to you.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, it is a planning proposal in regards to a new local heritage item, not the LEP.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Councillor Hay?
This was the property that had, if I recall correctly, had to the relevant officer. I believe this property has stormwater damage. Are we opening ourselves to any legal liability by putting a heritage claim on this property?
To you, Mr. Kyriakou.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No.
Sorry, so our mover for that, was that you, Councillor Said? No? Can I have a mover for this motion, please? Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded. Councillor Nielsen? Yep. Councillor Rosenfeld?
Yeah, as I said when we were talking about this item previously, I see it as a fantastic 100-year-old building, and I certainly believe it's very worthy of having heritage status.
Councillor Nielsen?
I think the report's excellent. I think it's a very good recommendation, totally supported.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other contributions? I move that the motion be put. All in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Sorry, councillors. Mr. Kelly, can you please bring up the division? Councillor Hamilton. For. Councillor Pandolfini. For. Councillor Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Veach.
I apologise. My line dropped out. So what we vote?
The CP 2822, Local Heritage.
Thank you. For.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hay?
For.
Councillor Luxford? Do I vote? Yeah. I'm the Deputy Mayor is for. Councillor Rosenfeld?
For.
Councillor Olive?
For.
Councillor McCafferty? Councillor Wilson? Councillor Said? Councillor Burst? Not here. And Councillor D'Souza?
For.
And the Mayor is absent, so I declare that carried.
CP 29/22 137 to 151 Anzac Parade, Kensington, I believe is challenged by Councillor Luxford. Is that the case? Do I have a mover of the report? Moved Councillor Nielsen. Oh my God. It's Councillor Hamilton. Move Councillor Hamilton. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Burst. Okay. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Burst.
Reserve the right.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Veach.
Just very briefly, look, in general, I voted against any of the items that relate to K2K. In this case, I am pleased that we are receiving a report. I think it's important that our community are advised when these types of plans are being notified to the Eastern City Planning Panel. It will, for those residents who are reading, we need to make sure that they are notified, if only through the council business papers, that a determination is coming up. So I'll be voting for the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford.
I concur. I was going to say the same as Councillor Veach. Happy that it's coming through to the, not happy that we're getting overdevelopment, but happy that it's coming through the planning panel.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay. CP 30/22, letter of offer 137 to 151 Anzac Parade, Kensington. Do I have a mover? Councillor Hamilton. Seconded Councillor Burst. Councillor Hamilton.
Can I just point out that Councillor Burst is the alternate on the planning panel and probably shouldn't. No? No? Okay, thanks. Thank you. No, I reserve my right. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell.
I just have a question on this item, which is, given the VPA, well, given the approval hasn't been given, does this need to be done at this meeting or could it be done at the next meeting?
Mr. Kyriakou.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because the application is being considered by the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel next week, it needs to know what Council's position is on the letter of offer, so as to be able to include it as a condition of consent should the panel want to grant consent to the application, so that those the condition would be there requiring the applicant to enter into VPA to provide council with those contributions in accordance with our plans.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay. Councillor Hamilton, no wish to close the debate. I'll now put it. As it's a planning matter, we'll go to a division. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Pandolfini's not present. Councillor Veach.
Against.
Councillor Hayes not present. Councillor Luxford. Councillor Chappell.
For.
Councillor Rosenfeld. Oh, he's not present, sorry. Councillor Olive.
For.
Councillor McCafferty. Okay. You'll be counted as against. Yep, she is abstaining. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Said. Councillor Burst. Councillor D'Souza.
For.
And the Mayor is for. Declare that carried. CS 24/22 Bunnerong Road and Franklin Street, Perry Street intersections, moved by Councillor Said. It was challenged by Councillor Said. It was challenged by Councillor Said. Would you like to second it, Councillor D'Souza? Are you seconding the matter? Okay.
Mr Mayor, I just want to, and sorry Mr Kelly, I haven't given you this because I only just thought of it. I just want to move it with a slight amendment with an additional point C. So, which would read to Council's Transport Officer to organise an on-site meeting with Transport for New South Wales, TFNSW, with representatives from the South Ward, the State Member for Maroubra, the Manager for City Services, and the Mayor to discuss the possibilities of putting an arrow which goes straight, as Councillor Burst recommended the other time, why we can't just put the arrow that goes straight. So if we can have an on-site meeting with all the possibilities of trying to get out of spending $350,000. In other words, councillors. Oh, actually with an additional 100, so 450. And the only reason why I've included the state member there is because 4 years ago when we first objected to this, the state member was in a protest meeting with the residents and the businesses in the area, and we have been fighting this for 4 years now, all together as a united front.
He's seeking re-election.
Thank you. Just before I go to the seconder of it, to the great surprise of absolutely nobody in this room, I'm just going to declare once again a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest that I am under the employment of the state member for Maroubra. I will be participating in the matter. Thank you. So it's supposed to say the Director of City Services. Okay, thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like Councillor Said to consider one more point. I agree with all the things that are on this report and Councillor Said's amendment. Just one more addition if possible. All those trees that are going to be removed, all those poles that are going to be uprooted, I was wondering if we could consider, Mr Mayor and Councillor Said, to take it on board. Maybe those trees can be replanted further down Bunnerong Road towards La Perouse. And those wonderful poles that will be removed could also be positioned so we don't lose the aesthetic value of those trees, all those poles. Would that be something you would consider, Councillor Said, rather than lose them?
De Souza, the plan is hopefully that we won't have to go that far, but it's happy to be there if we can't get out.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I have a question perhaps to one of the South Ward councillors. Am I correct in understanding that your preference is actually for an arrow as opposed to a set of traffic lights? And that's the reason why you're calling for that meeting?
Yes, Councillor Veach, because actually if you go straight through that intersection, there's no cars that can hit you because no one can turn right, left or any other way. So there's no absolute reason why you can't go straight. You'll only be stuck behind someone turning right, which happens at many intersections. So that's the only possibility, that you've picked the wrong lane, unfortunately. But at the moment, because no one actually does turn right, the middle lane is banked up for about 600 metres. So,
look, I share Councillor De Souza's concern around the tree and vegetation removal. I just wonder if mover and seconder would consider moving your new point C to make it a point A, and so that option would be considered first.
I agree, actually. Sorry, Mr Kelly, to do it too, if you can spin it around.
And then perhaps some kind of slight reference to only investigate the other options if that was deemed unsuitable. Again, I'll leave it to the consideration of the move and seconder to, if that's something you wish to do.
Instead of question marks, Mr. Kelly, just an arrow pointing forwards. So it's got some sort of rather than a question mark.
Thank you. Okay, there being no further debate, I now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Okay, we now move. Am I correct that the cycleways and bicycle was challenged? No. No, that was a sub. It was fine. I was just. It happened at the same time. Okay, the data is unchallenged. CO 25/22, I believe it is challenged by Councillor Chappell.
Can't we do CS 31 now? Makes sense, doesn't it, to do CS 31? It's Director of City Services report, the Clovelly flood study, please.
What I might do, I have called for the CO 25/22. I'm happy to move to that immediately after. I don't think we'll have an issue with this. It's Councillor Chappell, Local Government New South Wales Delegates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I challenge this item so that we could include our 9 voting delegates, which I understand we have to do.
Can you confirm what you are moving?
So I can include the Greens delegates if others would like to then include their delegates. Does that work as a process?
Could I suggest that there be 3 delegates from Labor, Greens and the Liberal Party for the parties respectively to determine their allocations?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes,
Kelly.
that's acceptable to me.
Thank you.
So the Liberal voting delegates are Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Burst and Councillor Rosenfeld.
So just for clarity, do we need to include the names in here or can we just do 333?
Do you require the names tonight?
Through Mr. Mayor, typically it has been the number of councillors from each party, and then each team has let the staff know following as to who would be the representatives.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. No further contribution from me.
Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. On the request of Councillor Nielsen, CS 31/22 Clovelly Flood Study, part of the Waverley LGA Flood Study, Floodplain Risk Management Committee. Councillor Nielsen, could you please confirm what it is you are moving?
I'm moving as per the business paper with a slight amendment which I sent through to Mr. Kelly, and that's to add a point C, and that's to add that Council's Manager Technical Services acts as the chair of the new committee. Those of you who read the report would see that that was what was included in the discussion, but I just thought it was a good idea to have it already established in the process. So I hope someone would like to second that.
I require a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Veach. Okay. Are there any speakers? There being no further
This is a
speakers.
very quick question.
Yes.
If we're chairing the meeting, I'm trying to save Joe from him, I know he's a very busy man. 90% of this flood study is in the Waverley Council area. Why aren't they chairing it?
It is a question through to the relevant officer.
Sorry, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Waverley Council has already adopted the flood study, rendering their floodplain committee now redundant. Council, under this business paper, is recommending, or I'm recommending to Council that we stand our own floodplain committee to consider the impact on our residents.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, just 1 second. CO 26/22 Code of Meeting Practice, results of public exhibition. Am I correct? It is challenged by Councillor Hay.
That was true. I've withdrawn my proposed amendment. I'd like to congratulate all the council staff for the fine work they've done and move it as per the business paper.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Hamilton. Okay, all those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Chappell.
Sorry, I've sent through a proposed amendment to the item.
Okay.
So do I. Yeah.
Are you guys moving them together, or are you going to move them separately?
Together. Okay.
Can I just confirm? I don't understand point C.
There was only one submission on this item, and the submission said that they found it so incomprehensible that they couldn't really comment that much, something along those lines. So the suggestion is to have a review into the way that these exhibitions are carried out, and to try and make it more accessible to the public. Does that make sense?
Thank you. What I might do is just throw to the relevant officer.
Okay.
Through Mr Mayor, just for Council's information, just in light of the comments in regards to community consultation tonight, just to let Council know that the next strategy that we're working on is actually a community engagement strategy, and our Manager of Communications will be doing a workshop with a briefing firstly with Council, if not this month, next month in relation to that, with some proposals for workshops so that we can look at the community engagement framework more holistically, just in relation to, for all of the different activities that Council is part of, what level of engagement do we put to which activity, sorry, it's late in the night, or event. And I think in talking about engagement and communication too, we also have to be mindful that sometimes as a council, because of the complexity and diversity and just sheer amount of what we're doing from an activity, service, project perspective, sometimes the community also gets fatigued. So if you consider what we have been consulting on in the last month, there's quite a bit there. And so sometimes too much consultation actually results in poor submissions as well. So it'll be a really good opportunity for councillors to participate in that process and develop and have input into what you'd like to see in the future.
I totally agree, sort of that, but this is about reviewing our processes, and it sounds like that's what you're talking about anyway. So, I mean, I guess that this is not working against what you're saying at all. So, I don't know whether we can support it anyway and, sort of just say that that's what's going to happen, to have that review.
Sorry, thank you, General. Through you, Mr Mayor, just in view of that thing that is happening and coming up, will that actually include a review of some of these most recent ones where this consultation has performed particularly poorly and got feedback like this one?
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we would, the Council's Manager of Communications would hold that workshop with councillors to get your feedback on where the priority is. Because whilst these are the most recent consultations, there may be other consultations that Council feels that it could put more effort or resource into. You've really got to look at the whole span of engagement activities in order to make the best decision in regards to engagement.
Thank you.
Well, we're happy to pull part C then. If that's...
Thank you. Councillor Hay, do you accept or reject?
I accept.
Pulling out of C. Okay. So,
Sorry, to be clear, I accept without point C.
yep, thank you. Okay. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillors, it being 12:30, I propose that we adjourn. I believe we've completed all of the reports, and rather than beginning the notices of motion, that we adjourn the notice of motion to the next council meeting. Can I have a motion to that effect? Moved Councillor Hamilton, seconded Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. I declare the meeting closed at 12:30 a.m. on the 29th of June.